Council. Welcome to all of you that are both in the gallery and watching online. This meeting is obviously open to the public and will be live streamed. Acknowledge all councillors present, the interim CEO Colin Jensen, and all officers in the room and those watching online as well who will be presenting today. I particularly thank those who are in the gallery today. Thank you very much indeed. It's always good to have residential or residents in our meetings, and we do appreciate it very much indeed. I will open the meeting with the acknowledgement of Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people, and also acknowledge the Bigabal people as well, who have played an important role in our history as well. Councillors, before we move to item number 2, which is the reception of deputations, there's a few opening remarks I'd like to make, and the first of which is to acknowledge the silver anniversary, 25 years of one of our councillors, Councillor Carol Taylor, 25 years of public service. It's something that is a wonderful milestone that we're all very proud of you, and I know the community is as well. Since the year 2000, serving as Mayor of the Cambodia Shire from 2004 to 2008, and this is a significant milestone. So Councillor Carroll, on behalf of all of us, but all of those you've served before, back to the Cambodia Shire and now of course the Toowoomba region, can we congratulate you on 25 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and can I say that it's actually been an amazing honour and pleasure and privilege to serve one's community, whether it be a small community or the wonderful large community of Toowoomba Regional Council. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I've had some amazing mentors along the way, and I'd like to thank them very much, including my previous CEO, Ian Slater, and Ian Stevenson, who took this young person who knew nothing and taught me so many things. So and present GMs and people I work with today. So thank you very much. It's been an absolute privilege. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. We also have in the gallery a most recently retired Queensland Police Service Russell Reynolds, Sergeant Russell Reynolds. Senior Sergeant Russell would be well known to many of us in the community, often engaging in conversation with locals in the street, and it's that friendly demeanour, Russell, that I think has really been welcomed by the community and certainly by this council. And we do appreciate your 36 years of service for Queensland Police Service and wish you all the very best in your retirement, to you and Nadine. And Nadine, a wonderful artist in our community as well. So you're both very fine contributors, Russell. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service as a Queensland Police Service for so long. Thank you. Yesterday, councillors, was a significant day, not only St Patrick's Day, but also a day that we remember some 83 years ago in 1942 when 1,000 soldiers departed from the Kabbalah barracks at 2 a.m. in the morning in the dark of night and ventured forth to Spring Bluff Railway Station, where they boarded the train, Brisbane Exhibition Station first stop, then Townsville, ultimately landing at Milne Bay in Papua New Guinea, where they joined Allied forces to inflict the first land defeat of the Japanese forces. Sadly, of those 1,000, 200 didn't return home. Yesterday was a very special occasion for those that were gathered to remember those feats in 1942 and then subsequently in Bougainville a couple of years later. So today I just wanted us to remember those and the families that were not only at the service yesterday but have been part of that for so many years. Councillors, it is something that's on our annual calendar, but not only did they come back as local heroes, they were national heroes for what they did for our freedoms back in 1942 and then 1945. And I thank Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim for representing all of Council down at Spring Bluff yesterday. It was certainly a very good ceremony and was well attended. So thank you very much for that. The last and equally important mention this morning is the efforts of our community and council and emergency services through ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. When it arrived, and particularly on the early hours of Sunday morning with the wind of 100 kilometres an hour in some parts, that had significant effect on trees falling, roads covered, our water infrastructure, and all areas of cross-council, how they came together. So there are three areas that we focused on. The first was being prepared, and our community prepared well. Our council prepared well. And Jake in the room here with filling reservoirs, making sure water was ready, making sure our construction maintenance team were okay and ready to go when we knew trees would fall. Our parks team were ready. Our community also were very well prepared, and I acknowledge that because sometimes you wonder whether you're overstating preparedness, but I honestly agree that you can never understate the fact that you need to prepare. In this case, we did it and did it very well. So from a preparedness perspective, I just want to focus on one particular area, and that was the area of Oakey. Friday night, we had our flood team work overnight and into the morning, making sure that we were well prepared to what may have unfolded had the predictions been to come true at the highest level. The aged care facility at Oakey, Maclean's Care, need 4 hours to evacuate. Some 40 beds, 16 or 14 of those high care or dementia patients. They needed 4 hours to evacuate. So from their perspective, you can understand, watching the Bureau of Meteorology, listening to the messaging, what sort of anxiety there would have been, particularly for those that make a decision to actually evacuate if you need to. Queensland Police Service door knocked over 200 properties on both Saturday, Sunday and then Monday, preparing for those and letting them know of what could happen. So their efforts were absolutely brilliant. Working with Queensland Health, with the Oakey Hospital, Queensland Ambulance Service to make sure that things were prepared if that was to eventuate. Couldn't be more pleased with our community in which we prepared. Then we moved to the response phase, and of course SES with their work with the sandbagging, but then SES with their response for assistance with trees with our construction maintenance team, Ergon Energy, who had up to around about 26,000 outages, and within 3.5 days whittled that down to next to zero, which was an extraordinary effort. And that was including some of our critical water infrastructure as well. So they did a terrific job. But our teams were out and about as quickly and as safely as they possibly could, and a tribute to all of them, right across council, from our media team who are giving the message, displaying the message, our parks team who were out making sure that things were tidy in parks so people could go out and enjoy what we have to offer. So overall, from a prepare, response and recovery phase, we as the leaders of our community should feel very comforted in which that was undertaken. We then moved swiftly into the local recovery group, and they've been meeting. So that we've done this phase as it goes through. The reason I say this is twofold. One, to thank the community for their efforts. Secondly, to thank our staff working well with agencies and making sure, most importantly, that the community should have confidence in the way we actually dealt with what was ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. I just don't want to labour the point, but being prepared is a critical part of that focus, and then we've moved very swiftly into where we are today. Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm not wanting to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask permission. I do apologise for not alerting you or bringing it up to you to read the Defence Covenant in light of the 83rd anniversary yesterday.
More than happy for you to read that, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We, the people of Australia, respect and give thanks to all who have served in our Defence Force and their families. We acknowledge the unique nature of military service and the sacrifice demanded of all who commit to defend our nation. We undertake to preserve the memory and deeds of all who have served and promise to welcome, embrace and support all military veterans as respected and valued members of our community. For what they have done, this we will do.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Appreciate that very much, and acknowledge just closing out on the recovery phase. Department of Communities now have hubs this week, which are advertised through our council website as well, to assist those that are eligible or have been affected by ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. So thank you, and I appreciate your indulgence for all of that information. The reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, there are none today. We move to item number 3, councillors, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. Now, we do have a leave of absence from Councillor Edwina, and there's no resolution required for that. She's been given leave of absence for today's meeting. Granting a leave of absence, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Just wait for Deanne to bring the wording up. Thank you. I request that I be granted a leave of absence from any special meetings of Council that may be scheduled on the 2nd of April 2025.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. So we need a motion that's the case. Will someone move? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest, we do not have any. However, we have a declaration of a declarable conflict of interest by Councillor Gary Gardner. Over to you, Gary.
I request that it be meant that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12 of the ordinary meeting of Council the 18th of February 25. Item number 13.1, matters of which notice has been given, application of section 150F of Local Government Act 2009 and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter but not to vote on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the discussion about the matter but not vote on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Appreciate that. Councillor, is there any more declarable conflicts of interest at this stage? If there's something that crops up through the meeting for you, or you feel another councillor may have a conflict, please indicate as swiftly as you can. With that being the case, we will then move to the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 18th of February 2025. Everyone was present. The motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council dated 18th of February 2025 be confirmed. Have someone to move that? Moved by Councillor Trevor. Second, Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to business arising from the minutes. Councillors, if there's any business arising, please indicate. If not, we move to the presentation of petitions, of which today there are none. Item 7 is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered as a mayoral minute. There is nothing being brought forward by myself today. We then move, councillors, to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee. There was one item, which was the Regional Development Statistics Report, January 2025. Does anyone wish to pull out that item? If not, the motion is there before us that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 11 March 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move then to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. There were two items. Number 3 was the smoke testing inspection, and number 5 was the confidential new energy generation. We do need to pull out number 5 for a division of the vote that was called for last meeting. However, does anyone need to pull out item number 3? If not, the motion before us then is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 11th of March 2025 be received with the exception of item number 5, the recommendation therefore being adopted. If someone move that. Moved by Councillor Kerry. Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, we then move to item number 5, which is a confidential matter. If we can just have the committee recommendation up on the screen. Do we have that? Thank you, Deanne. Up on the screen. And so this is, and if there's requirement for discussion, we can do that, but it may well have to be in confidential. The motion is that Council adopts the officer's recommendation as contained within the issues and responses section of the confidential report titled WT 25-1920 New Energy Generation Update on Invitation to Tender Stage 3B Preliminary Submission. That's the motion before us. Have someone to move the motion. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? It's a call for a division, so we will record these. Those in favour? Those against? So Deanne, may be easy to go against. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Bill. Against. Record that. Thanks very much. Motion is carried, and we'll record the votes on that one. We move then to the Infrastructure Committee, which is item 8.3. There's two items in this one. Number 3 is the West Creek Master Plan, James Street to Herry Street, and number 5, which is a confidential easement acquisition for stormwater purposes at Glencoe. Both of these items are to be pulled for further discussion, and particularly item number 3, the General Manager has, you have an adjustment to that, Mike, for item number 3, for that motion. Would you like to come forward? It's really a motion of making sure that we've got the motion correct, as I understand it. Deanne, if you could put that up, please. I'll deal with item number 3 first. If you can just explain that, Mike.
It's just an adjustment to the report that was attached, councillors. There's a minor change made by the engineer in respect to the actual report. There was an error found in it, and that was just corrected. So it had no. It was just saying that funding from QRA. It sort of implied funding from QRA was available when it wasn't. So I just had that sentence taken out.
That is in attachment 1 from Jenny, or is it?
Yeah.
That was the attachment 1 from Jenny. So there was an adjustment made, and it's up on the screen. That's the adjustment there. Yeah. If we can just highlight that point there, Mike.
Well, it was actually the start of the second paragraph on the previous. No, where you were, sorry. Yeah. In the introduction, on the start of the second paragraph, the original report. Just 2 seconds, councillors. Before the word whilst, the original report said, it is understood that the proposed works are to be supported by QRA flood recovery funding. That was an incorrect statement, that first sentence. So I just wanted to remove that.
So Deanne's put that up on the screen, councillors. It's that, she's just highlighted that for us. Thank you, Deanne, very much indeed.
That's the only change to the report. The rest of the report is as tabled previously. My apologies for that, councillors.
Thank you, Mike. I do appreciate it. So the report substantially hasn't changed, and the motion still stays as it is. It's the attachment that was slightly changed from Jenny. Therefore, the motion before us is that 1, Council endorse the 2025 West Creek Master Plan, James Street to Herry Street, attachment 1 for the purposes of detailed design and future implementation. And number 2, support the inclusion of the 2025 West Creek Master Plan, James Street to Herry Street in Council's Capital Works program for future budget consideration. Have someone moved? Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor. You want second? Seconded by Councillor Tim McMahon. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mike. Item number 5, councillors, is the confidential easement acquisition for stormwater purposes at Glencoe. And again, Councillor Melissa, I'll go directly to you.
Thank you, Chair. I did said something to Deanne only just probably 5 minutes ago. I would like to put an alternate motion forward, please. That council defer this matter for further consideration.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. So that is, that's a motion. If you've got a seconder for that motion, I'm happy to deal with that where it sits. Is there any seconder for the motion? Councillor Rebecca has seconded. We now have a motion on the books. Did you want to talk to that, Councillor Melissa, in regard to it?
I've just, in the last couple of days, there's been considerable interest coming up, but in the last few days, some further information has come to light, or possible further information. So I just think it would be prudent for council to have a discussion and look at further possibilities.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. There is a motion before us that Councillor defer this matter for further consideration. It was moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Is there need to go into debate? I've got a question. Is it a question, Trevor? I'll take a question because we haven't spoken about it, and then there's a question, and Tim, you want to go into debate. That's right, Councillor Trevor?
Yeah, are we going to put a timeline on this? Because further consideration could mean 1 month, 6 months, 12 months. Can we put a time frame for us to come back with further recommendations?
Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Trevor, Councillor Trevor Mantoffel, sorry. I obviously haven't had enough coffee this morning. Sorry. My apologies. Trying to be very professional. Let's start again. Thanks, Trevor. Interim CEO Colin, do you have a suggestion for this? I know there's been a lot of work by officers in the background, and just knowing the schedule of what's occurring at the moment, there's a lot going on. Is something before the next ordinary meeting possible?
Anything at the direction of council is possible. However, I suppose it depends the extent of the further consideration and the agenda at the next council meeting. I would say put a quarter on it, 3 months on it would be reasonable. But like all council matters, they'll be actually tracked through the action plan anyway. You could leave it open, and then it's open to council at any time to say, CEO, where's this at? Two observations. One, you could leave it as is, Councillor Trevor, but if you so decided, you could actually put 3 months on it for the matter to be finalised. So.
Okay, thank you. I like that suggestion. I'm very happy to put 3 months on it with an understanding that hopefully we can fast track it quicker than that. Thank you.
Are you comfortable with that adjustment there as a seconder, Councillor Rebecca? So Deanne will do that. Councillor Trevor, has that satisfied your question?
I wouldn't put 90 days, I'd put on or before, because if it happens sooner, it can happen sooner.
On or before. Now, we had another question. Councillor James, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Sorry, I know there's a bit happening in the background. Is it possible to get the committee recommendation on screen?
The committee recommendation, we can put that up there.
Please.
Yeah. Can we just let Deanne
once
finish that one there, Deanne? Just add those little bits. Looks like you are.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can I, Mayor, foreshadow a motion should this motion be unsuccessful?
You certainly can.
Well, can I foreshadow the motion being basically just items 1 and 2, so not to delete 3 and 4, 1 and 2 only is what I would like to foreshadow.
Thanks, Councillor James. We'll keep that as a foreshadowed motion. Very good. Councillor Carroll, you had a question in this regard to that?
Mr Mayor, I have a question. I don't know what we're going to achieve by leaving this in further abeyance. This has been going for many...
Just keep it to a question if you could.
A question?
Yeah, keep it to a question.
Yes, I'm happy to say, what are we hoping to achieve? This has been going on for many years, and we have many more like this.
Okay, so the question is, what do we hope to achieve? So, Councillor Melissa, would you like to just respond to that, being the mover?
Thank you, Chair. taking into account it is a confidential item, I will err on the side of caution, but with some further information that has come forth in the last couple of days, I just think it might be prudent for council to have a further discussion about it. It is a matter that is of great interest. I just think it's prudent that we bring it for further consideration. And yes, there are many other instances of this around the region, and I think that's why we have to get this right.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Melissa. So, Councillor Tim you're happy to debate it. Councillor Gary, did you have a question? You just had your hand up. Because if it's going to debate, we'll go to debate.
Yeah, is it prudent for the person to get a price themselves from a private contractor to do these works and bring it back to council?
So I think what we might be very cautious of what we're talking about in an open session, and we'll go to Councillor Tim's keen to go to debate. So Councillor Melissa, would you like to open, or you've reserved your right, whatever you prefer to do? You've got a question, Kerry. Question. Keeping in mind, the only thing we are debating is to defer the motion. Is this motion. That's the only thing we're debating, councillors. If we go into an area that I feel or the CEO feels that we are getting into confidential, we'll call the jam off and go into closed session. Councillor Carey.
Okay, just to be clear, we're being asked to defer this matter because some information has come to hand, but we're not able to be told what that information is. Is that correct?
In an open session, yes.
If you'd like to discuss this further, happy to go into closed session. I'm in the hands of councillors for that.
I think that would be desirable, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, Councillor Carey, happy for you to move to go into closed session. Have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, yeah, in favour. So we move to closed session. We'll do that straight away. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your patience. We'll move straight into closed session. Councillors, will resume the meeting, and the motion before us, which was a mover and a second, moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Rebecca, the council defer this matter for further consideration with a report to be presented to council on or before the ordinary meeting of the 17th of June 2025. Councillor Trevor.
Can I add another section to that?
You'd like to make an amendment to this,
Yes, please.
this motion?
Which
Okay,
would
what's
be
that
what
amendment?
we've just talked about regarding council looking at the current
We'll
subdivision.
put the amendment up. Can you just confirm that that's exactly the wording that you like as the amendment?
Okay, just,
And then we'll vote on the amendment.
okay. You'll be working on it.
Coming up now. Thank you, Deanne. Okay, so Councillor Trevor, the first stays the same, and your amendment is to review the maintenance of the existing easement and undertake any necessary minor maintenance.
Yes.
That's your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, you're happy to move that amendment?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? This is for the amendment only, mind you. This isn't for the full motion, this is for the amendment. Moved by Councillor Gary. Anyone need to go into debate on that motion? I'll put it to the vote. This is for the amendment, not for the whole motion. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 6? That's 6. 6. Those against? Okay, that's carried. So that now becomes the motion, which is number 1, defer this matter for further consideration with a report to be presented to council on or before ordinary meeting 17th of June 2025. 2, review the maintenance of the existing easement and undertake any necessary minor maintenance. That is the motion before us. Keeping in mind we have a foreshadowed motion as well from Councillor O'Shea. Therefore, let's go to the vote for this particular motion. You could be very careful how you debate it in public. Okay, Councillor Melissa.
Reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You, Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Trevor, for the spirit of this. This came to us in December. We deferred it. It's April, and we're going to defer it again. I just can't keep deferring this and adding on an operational requirement of maintenance. This is not going to fix anything, and we really need to take action on this. And so I'll speak against this particular motion.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Speaker in favour, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair, through you. The sense to defer this is because the solution is inadequate. And so until the solution is adequate, there is a desire from councillors to defer it so that we can have the conversations that need to be had with the people they need to be had with, and consideration given to matters broadly and deeply. And that takes time and it takes engagement, and that is why there is a push to defer this motion. And I think the fact that there is a willingness from some councillors to defer it is all signs point to an uneasiness with the proposed solution. And so until we get a solution that is amenable, we want to delay and defer so that some other things can happen.
Speaker against, Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In regards to this one, look, as I've said a few times, I agree with a lot of the points as to why actually people are arguing in favour of the deferral. The reason I am against it and the reason I have put forward a foreshadowed motion is essentially that this is something that is dragged on and has had a level of uncertainty for residents, a level of uncertainty obviously for council, and I feel by deferring we only further enhance, obviously, well, it's deferred further, so it further creates further uncertainty around it. My foreshadowed motion is, in essence, a deferral. However, it is a deferral with a clear point of action moving forward. My deferral is a position of where the CEO enters into negotiations with the affected parties that have been mentioned in this report to reach a negotiation of a desired outcome. And I think that's what everybody's chasing in regards to this. As I said, I know it's created certain unrest, of course, in result of from those that are affected, and as I said as well, internally. So I feel like just a straight deferral, as I said, more or less just keeps us in the same position, just pushes it a little bit further down the road. So with the foreshadowed motion, that should this be defeated that I've put forward, one, it provides steps forward to, there it is. So obviously it provides steps forward for the CEO to negotiate with property owners. There's nothing in there in regards to acquisitions or anything like that. It's an opportunity to negotiate, but obviously also has that additional point that was raised in the current motion that's up around the review of the maintenance of the existing easement, etc. And again, finally, it closes off by should negotiations be successful, that we can move forward with it. However, because it's a negotiation, obviously it's a position where obviously all parties are able to negotiate, and it obviously doesn't set any specific position in place where residents or where council is directly set on a position. So I think that's the key thing that I want to mention with it, because I think as Councillor Von Hoff said, it's an opportunity to have those conversations with the people that we need to have conversations with and that need to be negotiated with. So that's why whilst I'm, as I said, in agreement with a lot of reasons as to why we're at the position of this motion, why I am debating against it, is because, as I said, I think the option that I've put forward provides certainty and provides a level of clarity and a direction moving forward for all parties. So that's why, councillors, I think that is our best course of action moving forward if we really want to get the best possible outcome for all parties.
Councillor James, Speaker in favour? If not, Councillor Melissa, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the answers. I don't have the solutions. But we have been talking about this, and yes, we've been talking about this for a long time. But doesn't that indicate the uneasiness of the feeling around this table? I want to ensure that we get the best solution for all parties. I believe there is further engagement that needs to occur, and it's vital that this happens to ensure the best solution for all parties. And my role for sitting around this table is fiscal responsibility. So I want to ensure that the expenditure of public funds is prudently expended. So for me, that's why deferral to get the best outcome fiscally and responsibly is the best solution here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Therefore, we'll close the debate. The motion there is before us. This is one, to defer the matter, and two, review the maintenance. Can I have a vote by way of show of hands? Those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3. The motion is lost. We'll move to the foreshadowed motion. Councillor James, you've moved.
Move the foreshadowed motion.
We need a seconder for that. Councillor Tim McMahon seconds. Any need for debate? If there's no need to debate, we'll go straight to the vote. Councillor James, you did read it out before, but I'll read it again. 1, review the maintenance of the existing easement and undertake any necessary minor maintenance. 2, this is for the Chief Executive Officer, be authorised to negotiate the acquisition of a stormwater easement from the property as described in the confidential report titled Easement Acquisition for Stormwater Purposes at Glencoe. And 3, the authorisation to sign all documentation by the CEO necessary to acquire and register the easement interest in the land. Those in favour? Those against? You like your votes recorded? So division of the vote is called. So 3 against, Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Trevor. Thanks, Deanne. You got that? Appreciate that very much. Councillors, can I ask for a move to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes? Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. We'll be back right on 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. We'll resume the ordinary meeting of council and we move to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee, of which there were 5 items, including number 3, the Fire Management Strategy, number 4, Toowoomba Carnival Flowers Strategic Plan 25 to 29, and 3 confidential items, including incoming sponsorship, Toowoomba Carnival Flowers. Number 7 was the Multicultural Advisory Committee, and number 8, the Regional Youth Advisory Committee. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull out? If there's no items to pull out, the motion before us is as follows: that the report of the Environment Community Committee dated 11 March 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move, councillors, to item 8.5, which is the Corporate Services Committee. And there is one item, which is item number 3, 25-26, register fees of charges. Now, I believe this item will be pulled. Councillor James?
Yes, please, Mayor. Can I?
You can
I'd like to
this.
pull the item, but can I also flag the part of the report that I want to discuss with the motion pertains to aerodromes, which I know likely triggers some conflicts.
We're talking fees and charges here, so it's ordinary business of council.
Yep.
So there will
I'm
be
just
no
flagging
conflicts.
that. I don't know. Yeah. No,
that's fine.
the motion, did that come through? Yeah. So.
So you've prepared this? Yeah. So the motion, James, would you like to read that out?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. That Council adopt the 2025-26 Register of Fees and Charges, Attachment 1, with the exception of Toowoomba City Aerodrome usage charges, landing full-stop landing fees, and the 2025-26 Register of Cost Recovery Fees and Charges, Attachment 2, both with an effective date of 1 July 2025 and concluding on a date of a subsequent Council resolution varying the relevant fee or charge. And 2, that current 2024-25 applicable charges continue to apply for the Toowoomba City Aerodrome usage charges, landing, full-stop landing fees until such time as the current review is considered by Council.
Thanks, James. So that's the motion. So we've got Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary have indicated conflicts in the past in regard to this.
Yep.
Councillor Carroll, you have a conflict? Oh, you want to second that? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I understand that this is ordinary business of council. The fact that we're singling out the aerodrome, of which I have flagged a declarable conflict of interest, I'll do so again just because I think it takes it from being ordinary business of council into specifically dealing with the aerodrome. So I don't have the wording in front of me, sorry, but that I have previously declared a declarable conflict of interest. My circumstances in relation to that have not changed. I've elected in the past to leave the room, and I'll do so again while we deal with the specifics of this relative to the aerodrome.
The challenge, that's okay, and I'll seek the CEO's advice here. The challenge is that that removes you also out of adopting all of the fees and charges except that one. So therefore, potentially, whether it can be split, and I'll leave the CEO to consider this, and we may need to put this on a little later on in the meeting if we do. But I would hate 2 councillors being out of the room to adopt 99.9% of the fees and charges and be out for 0.1 of them. So CEO, I'm happy for you to talk, keeping in mind this is business as usual of council.
Yes, given that you all declared a declarable conflict of interest, have indicated your intention to leave the debate, leave the vote as well, I think we can split this and actually talk about. Sorry, I'm quickly rereading. I think we just break up item 1 of this such that we are removing the aerodrome and make a new 1 and 2 about the aerodrome only that you could then leave for, and we could actually have a subsequent motion to adopt the fees and charges as amended.
Okay, so I'm comfortable, councillors, if you are, just to let this sit on the table for the time being, to get the wording correct for when we do this, and we'll postpone that till later on in the meeting, which will probably be more than likely after we break for lunch, which will give officers and the CEO an opportunity to work out some wording so that we protect all parties. Comfortable with that? Okay. Councillor Gary will include that at the same time, yes. Yeah. You happy with that, Gary?
Just to speak.
Do you want to just let us know that?
Yeah, we'll have a plane and a hangar, so for once I'm obviously conflicted, so I'll leave the meeting.
So you'll declare it a declarable
Clarify, yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Is that the one?
Okay, so we'll get that wording. It'll be on the table until we get to that later on in the course of the ordinary meeting of council. So, Councillor James, if you can consider that during that period of time, you are the mover of this motion, and we have a seconder. It'll be a prescribed conflict of interest. Yeah. So you're the mover, James, Councillor James, and Councillor Carroll's the seconder. So it may well be worth your best interest to be in that conversation, or at least have a look at that draft before it comes back. Thank you, councillors. We'll move then to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee, of which there was one item, which was a sponsorship request for the Planning Institute of Australia Queensland Conference 2025. Is there any need to take that out to discuss? If not, the motion then is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 11 March 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we'll move then to item 9, which is the monthly performance statement, and welcome GM Anne-Marie Johnston to the front here, and happy St Patrick's Day to you yesterday, Anne-Marie. Good on you.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 28th of February as required by Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. So the attached reports include the consolidated financial performance statement, key capital projects by group, disaster recovery funding arrangements report, and the confidential monthly investment report. Councillors, in January, we did a reforecast based on the 31st of December actuals. And that reforecast to the 30th of June did indicate a significant deficit if we can continue to operate as we had been for those first 6 months. And we did provide you with an undertaking to very closely review the forecast during the budget review. So the draft budget review is now finalised for your consideration tomorrow ahead of a special meeting of council next week. So, and that budget review also includes a review of our sustainability indicators and the long-term financial forecast. So what we're looking at now is a point in time, so it's to the end of February, but tomorrow we'll be looking at our projections for the rest of this financial year. So our issues and responses for the period ending 28th of Feb include the following. So operating income is tracking above budget by 5 million or 1%, and this is as a result of fees and charges and also interest revenue. Operating expenditure above budget by 7.9 million or 2%. So the materials, services and other expenditure component of the operating statement continues to be an area of concern, and we will be addressing that at tomorrow's budget review session. Capital income currently tracking to budget. Capital expenditure continues to track significantly below budget year to date, and we've got a variance of 38.5 million or 29% at the end of Feb. So again, we will be talking about that one through the budget review and amending that result. The Treasury summary highlights unrestricted cash expense ratio, which currently, or at the end of February, was at 6.47 months, or 188.8 million against the Queensland Government Financial Management Sustainability Guideline target, which is greater than 2 months. and significantly above that 80 million sustainability threshold figure. Operating surplus ratio at the 28th of Feb was at 18.7%, and the target for that ratio is 0 to 10%. The key capital projects report, which is the attachment 2 that's provided, that just highlights how the key projects for each group is tracking against budget and against practical completion for the year. We've also included that DRFA summary, and we are proposing to discontinue reporting on closed events from the next meeting of Council. And again, there are some amendments to the flood recovery works that will be considered at budget review. The sustainability snapshot indicates that Council continues to be able to fund core operations. Our asset sustainability ratio is sitting below target, which we know is as a result of renewal projects. We've got a positive cash position, and our leverage ratio indicates that we're able to fund additional capital expenditure at this point in time. So very happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Anne-Marie, very much indeed, noting our session tomorrow with BR2 as well, and anticipating some significant changes in regard to capital expenditure forecast for the rest of this current financial year. We'll see that come through tomorrow and subsequently for the special meeting of Council. Questions, councillors? If there's no questions, the motion is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 28th of February 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Thank you, councillors. We'll move then to item number 10, and it's the debut for Interim Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Colin, hand over to you, but also acknowledge Emma and Amanda in the room as well. Emma, the new Manager for People and Culture. Welcome to you, Emma. If you'd like to come forward. And Amanda, would you like to join Emma? Amanda has been acting in that role prior to Emma, and thank you for your work as well, Amanda. Emma, welcome. I'll hand over to Interim CEO Colin.
Well, I have very little to say as Interim CEO other than to welcome Emma and thank Amanda for her role in acting in the position during this last period, and hand over to them to actually present the report, and we'll take questions from there.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning, councillors. Interestingly, this is the second time that we've met, and I wanted to extend my thank you for such a warm welcome from this chamber on day 2 as we presented the staff survey. And I'd also like to extend my thank you to the CLT and the organisation who have really wrapped arms around me and have been incredibly warm and welcoming in this role. In the 2 weeks that I've been here, I've really enjoyed the opportunity to start meeting with our management teams to understand their priorities and how the PNC branch can support those. It was week 1 when Cyclone Alfred hit up here for me, so that was quite an interesting set of events to start at a new organisation, and it was such a positive thing to see all the teams in council come together at a really critical time and work together as a team so seamlessly. So I wanted to acknowledge that. We've tabled the report today. I'm happy to take it as read unless there were any further questions, but we'll take them from the floor.
Thanks very much, Emma. Lovely to hear you've had a nice warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
That's good to hear. Are there any questions, councillors? This is attachment 1 we're talking about here, which is Organisational Culture Improvement Initiatives Action Plan Tracker. Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Previously to your arrival, there were some ongoing conversations with many of these actions being closed 2, often sometimes 3 years ago, and the kind of the ones remaining, and whether there's actually any relevance in continually reporting on these items that were closed 3 years ago. So I suppose my question is, we've moved on from that phase and that stuff, and we probably need to start conducting the work again. So in your position, are there any forward plans to finish off with this body of work that's been coming to us every month for 3 years and start a new body?
Thank you for the question, and it's a pertinent one. We would want to close off these final actions, and we're left with 2 as of the end of this month, and I'm happy to provide an update where we are in relation to those 2 matters. The other matters, as I understand it, are now part of our BAU framework, and I'm very happy to meet with councillors through the relevant channels to understand how matters like this can seek to address and assist you in strategic planning in this space.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Any other questions for Emma? No other questions? Well, thank you, Emma, very much indeed. Appreciate it. And Amanda, thank you again for your assistance. Good on you. Thank you. And welcome again. Good on you. Councillors, there is, obviously there's 2 other attachments, one of which is in confidential, and there's an attachment 2, which is open council decisions register, and then a confidential, which has further description of that particular item, which is why it's in confidential. Are there any questions in regard to those items? If not, councillors, there's a recommendation before you that the interim Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Question, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks. I should have asked the officers, or through you, CEO Colin. I just picked up on a note on the officers' comments around it, help us in strategic planning. It'd be really great, my personal view, it'd be up to colleagues, of course, in your thoughts around scheduling an information session or workshop, whatever you think, in giving us some distilled actions from that. We see a number of closed off items, but in your opinion, some of the things that we can focus on in certain areas there moving forward, because that really is, it's one thing to report on it, but it's how we action stuff moving forward. I just wonder if there's benefit in us scheduling a session at some point in the future.
A great question. Thanks, Councillor. I haven't actually shared my thoughts with the Mayor or any other councillor, so this is news to you all. So apologies for that. Obviously, I'm here as an interim CEO. I've got a task which is particularly to make sure we're ready to welcome in the new CEO, which you're actively recruiting for. There will be a handover task of myself to the incoming CEO, obviously, but equally, one of the conversations that we should have is how does the council, the chamber, the councillors want to actually initiate action with the incoming CEO. There will be a number of these items, and this is quite dated or not time damaged. It was a point in time for the human resource side of the organisation. An action plan was set, and it looks like the staff have actually been progressing that quite well. Most of the items are closed out now. Equally, you should have a new version of that going forward. Equally, you should have, at probably this point of a term, it's not a bad time to continue your strategic visioning as to what you want to achieve. If I was coming in as your new CEO, I would be asking you those questions. How are you at in terms of your human resources? How are you at in terms of your financial resources? Where do you want to go in this term of the organisation in terms of council? So I'll take it offline as a suggestion and an observation. I think some of it is better done with your new CEO rather than informing me, because that's your next agenda as such. But equally, I will leave my own observations both for yourselves and also for the incoming CEO to pick up on. So very good question at this point in time, I suppose, Mayor, in terms of where you go in briefing in the priorities for the new CEO. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. So we have got the motion there before us. Interim CEO monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour, motion's carried unanimously. Sorry, Councillor Kerry's out of the room in that one, so just make a note that he is out of the room. Okay, we'll then move to the Mayor's monthly report, and I don't propose to read that. It is there for tabling. Quite extensive summary, particularly the summary of the Council of Mayors of South East Queensland delegation from they were my recollections, and there will be a formal report come from the Council of Mayor South East Queensland as well, once that's approved by the board, which will be in the next month. But those, and happy to answer any questions in regard to that or any other items if there are any. It's there for your reading pleasure. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I enjoyed your report. I did want to pick up on your observation in Manchester, UK. They had 8 years ago one 16-storey building and now 6 55-storey buildings. Could any of those ideas, not perhaps to 55 stories, but the idea, do you think it's one that would work in Toowoomba region?
A terrific question, Councillor Tim, and to see the image of 8 years ago to where they are today was quite profound. So there were two things that happened in that time. Number one was that they were the first city deal to happen in the world 10 years ago, so 2 years prior to that, and that then brought the levels of government together. That was the first thing that changed. So therefore, infrastructure expenditure, how they operate their transport network, their public transport, that has all evolved over time. The second one, though, was the private investment, and predominantly from the Middle East. That was where the investment came from for Manchester. And there's a different arrangement of ownership between PPP, or public-private partnership, and whole ownership by the private entities and how they work. So the investment into that was driven off the back of the city deal, which stimulated the activity and I guess the spotlight on Manchester. One of the direct impacts of that was Media City, which was built in a very industrial. Cotton was their trade. Built in that era, they were the first industrial city in the world, and since then they've evolved. Media City was built in that spot, industrial center, so much so that they not only invested in it with a beautiful art gallery, adjunct to a university, but they encouraged the likes of BBC to then invest and build in there. So BBC shifted from London to Manchester as a result of that. So it was a sort of a phase of that city deal, encourage private enterprise, and then work together. So definitely in a smaller version, there's some good learnings out of that, how they structure it. Yeah. Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Kerry's absent there as well for that one. I'll be able to deal with that. All right, we move then to item number 12, and welcome to Bailey Garcher. Noting that we do have a declaration here, Councillor Gary, from earlier, which means at this stage you stay in the room to discuss the matter but not vote on the matter. The item is an extension of external legal advice, conflicts of interest, Councillor Gardner, subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works in a road or interfering with a road or its operation, 2024. So your declaration was not in regard to the extension of time. Your declaration was in regard to that item at the time. So I'll hand over to you, Bailey.
Mayor, I'll take the report as tabled and read. Essentially, it's seeking a formal extension by resolution from 18th of March to the 3rd of April to complete that level of due diligence and legal advice.
And that then lines up. The motion is that Council resolves to provide an extension in relation to its resolution made in item 13.1 at the ordinary meeting of Council on 18 February 2025 to 3 April 2025, which is, that should say, if it says us, which is prior to the Infrastructure Committee meeting on 8th of April 2025. Proposed date to discuss the subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation. And there is a division required because there was obviously a conflict declared. That's the motion before us. It's extension of time to still line up. Councillor Tim. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. Yeah, the division is called. There's conflict, not only that, but Councillor Kerry's not in the room and Councillor Gary didn't vote. So that's fine, as it is. Thanks, Bailey. Appreciate it. We go to item number 13, and you're the author of this as well, Bailey, which is Empire Theatres Foundation Limited, appointment of trustees, directors. I hand over to you, Bailey.
Through you, Mayor. I take the report as tabled and read, but as a brief summary, the directors for the Empire Theatre Foundation, not Empire Theatre main entity, are up for renewal on 1 April 2025. They have a term of 3 years, which expires at that date. So the report is essentially to renew the existing directors. I have been in discussion with the chair. The chair has indicated, that we've got correspondence that those directors have formally requested to renew for another 3 years.
Thanks, Bailey. I've got a question from Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, Bailey, for this. A couple of questions, if I may. Would have been great if this came to a committee to have discussed prior to coming straight to ordinary. But anyway, moving on. Just a few questions. One is, was this advertised?
So the directors were advertised in June 2024. Yes, so the answer is yes, they were advertised. And essentially, whilst there were additional directors identified, but as part of the process for the next 6 to 12 months, there may be a governance review into our controlled entities. So essentially, it's the existing directors which have been put forward for renewal.
Sorry, through you, Chair, can I just have some clarification on that? Because I just don't quite understand. Actually, can I come this way? No, you're right. Now I can see you. A bit of clarification. So the roles were advertised in 2024, all of them?
Yes, they were. Through you, Mayor, there's probably some confidential information which I'd like to share that does impact the work health and safety of individuals. So if you'd like to like I'm requesting, if you consider closing the session so I could answer some specific questions.
Okay. Well, can I, if that's the will, may I just ask some other questions first? Because that may not need to go into confidential. Is that possible?
Great,
thank you. Thank you. So my other question is, 2 questions, or 3 questions. One is, have we got a skill matrix for the foundation, for the board members?
Yes, I've been provided with a skill matrix.
Okay. Do the board members that are seeking renomination or reappointment, do they have board qualifications, i.e. AICD?
I haven't viewed all the CVs individually.
Does the Constitution require that the directors have AICD or board qualifications?
Prescribes that they have relevant qualifications, but not specific to the level of type of qualifications like AICD.
So does relevant qualifications mean board qualifications like AICD?
The skills matrix identifies certain skills in the composition of the board. So it would, for example, demonstrate that some directors have financial, some have industry. So it doesn't specifically say that this is the type of board that you must have.
Okay. And then this may also be in the Constitution that I've missed, but if you can just clarify, is there in the Constitution a requirement or a statement about length of tenure, and what is the length of tenure of these directors?
So essentially what you've got here is that the foundation turned itself into a corporate trustee. So the corporate trustee's only been in existence since 2022. So the tenure for these directors for the corporate trustee started in 2022, regardless whether they were individual trustees as part of the Empire Theatre Foundation. Okay. So technically, when you look at it, the Constitution was adopted in 2022, April, and so they've been in tenure for 3 years as corporate trustees.
Okay. Okay.
There was some thought potentially of going to confidential before. Did that? Might just ask Colin, if you don't mind, just to add some context.
given the preference to remain an open, if at all possible.
Absolutely.
Perhaps I can, and on the nature of the questions that you subsequently asked.
Thank you.
You'll note that it's commencing 1 April 2025 for the reappointment. That's very soon. And therefore, the review mentioned is actually with the Foundation and the Empire Theatre, the other entity, is to have a look forward in terms of, is the Constitution fit for purpose? Can it be actually amended and improved? We cannot achieve that in the timetable available. This is actually, and I apologise, this is the last council meeting that we have available to us, and we need a functioning entity. Therefore, the proposition is to reappoint existing directors who are qualified under the existing constitution and available. So they have confirmed, is my understanding, they're available to be reappointed. This will not put us in a holding pattern, but put us in a status quo, while we can then initiate with the Foundation a review of the Constitution and a good strategic look going forward. The 3 years actually looks like, therefore, we're waiting 3 years. It is not. The Constitution says you shall appoint directors for 3 years. So the options available to council are quite limited at this point in time. Again, sincere apologies. We find ourselves in a situation where we can reappoint the existing directors. The proposal was perhaps to get more directors, but proposition is reappoint existing directors only for a period of 3 years, which is actually constitutionally required, from 1 April, because the expiry date is upon us, and then actually in a more reasoned and considered way to actually look at what should the Constitution be and take that forward. So I trust that gives the background around it and maybe obviates a need for a closed session.
Yeah. Thank you, Interim CEO. May I just have follow-up, if I may? Thank you. That information was helpful. Bailey, you mentioned that there is a governance review likely. Do we have a time frame on that? And, sorry, go on.
Once the directors are appointed, there'd have to be some collaboration with them in both entities. I think the time frame would be 6 to 9 months to a governance review.
And is that may I have a follow-up, please, Chair? So will that, I know we're just dealing with the Foundation at the moment, but will that governance review be across all council-owned entities, including the Empire Board as well as the Foundation Board?
Yes, so the project plan would be to undertake governance review of both entities.
Okay. I look forward to that. Thank you.
That will come back via the committee as well, Bailey. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Tim, you had your hand up.
Yeah, question, most of which has been answered, and thanks to the Interim CEO for that information, but I still hold my reservations that we need a committee starting on 1 April, so it probably should have come to us a while ago with the requirement of all who had applied via the appropriate public channels and a skills matrix, rather than just at the last hour going, put the same ones back on. This isn't sitting comfortably with me on how this process has been undertaken. So I think you've answered most of that. I'll leave it as a comment.
Okay, councillors, there is a recommendation before us. The council resolved to appoint the following nominated directors for the Foundation for 3 years, commencing 1 April 2025. Ms Janelle Fletcher, Dr Kate Foy, Ms Susan Holt, Mr Rob Schatz and Mr Ian Sharp. So that is the motion before us. We have someone to move that. Moved by Councillor Carroll. Carol Taylor moved. Seconder, Councillor James O'Shea. And you need to go into debate. If not, those in favour? Those against? Do you want your vote recorded, Tim? Okay. Well, we've already noted Councillor Kerry's absence. Okay, thank you. Councillors, thanks very much, Bailey. We then move to item number 14, which is the divestment of land, 306 Ramsay Street, Middle Ridge. Carrie, would you like to come forward, please? Acting GM for Planning and Development. Very much appreciate that, Carrie. We will go directly to that one, which is item number 14. Just for context, for those in the audience and watching online, this is the former council nursery in Ramsay Street. Thank you, Carrie. Welcome to you. Thank you for getting this report to us.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. I'm going to take this report as read, noting that we did discuss it last week in a confidential session. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have regarding this matter.
So just to put it in context, I'll read the motion and then I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. The motion is that council divest the former nursery site at 306 Ramsay Street, Middle Ridge, Lot 11 on SP 177032 for the primary purpose of housing through a two-stage process. Number one, expression of interest, EOI, identify potential purchasers and assess preliminary development proposals to determine a shortlist. And two, a tender process, invite shortlisted proponents to submit formal offers and detailed development proposals with the preferred proponent selected for sale negotiations. That's the motion. Councillor Trevor, moving. Seconder, Councillor Bill. You wanted to,
I'll move the motion. Thank
you're happy to move it? Okay. And Councillor Bill is seconding that motion. Any questions, councillors? I'll go to questions here, just simply because we've just raised it here. Councillor Tim, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carrie. I think this is tremendous. I had originally planned to move this from the floor prior to finding out this was coming back to us, so I think it's amazing. And perhaps the last item shows us with caution on putting dates on things, because if we can't meet them, we have to come back for an extension. I don't know about that, but we've got to go to EOI and the appropriate processes. My question is, would it be likely to be done by end of financial year?
This financial year?
Yes.
Just clarify.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr Chair. The divestment of the land is unlikely to occur this financial year.
Right.
There's several steps that we need to go through, including giving potential developers and investors the opportunity to consider how they might like to develop the land and put their proposals forward, which then we would need to consider ourselves, and then move into the second stage, which it's probably more important that we get the right outcome rather than a fast outcome in this particular instance. Although, having said that, I do appreciate that council do wish to move this along with some haste, but I would advise caution to get the right outcome in this case.
No, thank you for your answer, Carrie. I'm very supportive of the work you and your team have to go through. I suppose my back of my mind is we made decisions on this in about 2021, and it's kind of bubbled along with nothing, and we're signing off on this without a date. I personally don't want to see it bubble along for that long again. So if it can't be this year, this financial year, that's fine. But I trust you and your team are moving on this as within your boundaries to do so.
I'll just ask the interim CEO just to make a comment too, if you don't mind, Tim.
You may note that I don't like hard coding dates in, and then you get a cyclone or something which actually puts you off on a different path for a while. It is actually an important thing that will be progressed quickly. It has sat for too long to get this far. Council's desire to get it sorted is well noted. We will be able to commence the process but not conclude the process ending fiscal year 25, to put a date on that for you. There are a number of prior steps that council will have to take prior to the formal disposal, and some of those we need just to map out the timetable. But in terms of commencing it, we should get going pretty quickly, subject to any other weather event or anything else that ruins the best laid plans. So, thank you.
Councillor Trevor.
Just for everyone in the room and looking broader out in the world to us today, what would be an ish type of time frame for it happening? I'm not going to hold you to it, but just give some clarity around what will start date. Obviously, interim CEO Colin said shortly, but what could the process look like? 3 months, 6 months, 12 months?
I'll step in. I would like to see this progress before I leave the interim CEO role. And that's probably where I'll leave it, because there are a couple of legal steps that we need to take. There has been debate about things like removal of structures or not. We would propose to not do those activities because it would delay. It is important in a planning sense, and when council discussed this in closed session, it was actually an item which was what will actually be the outcome on the site. The planning team have well noted the desire to ensure a quality housing outcome, and therefore set the rules of engagement well, else you'll regret it later. So we'll take a little bit of time just to get that right, but we do intend to move to market quickly. And market will actually tell in part how quickly they desire to be able to respond. So,
thanks for summarising that so well.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If we could just make one comment before we go to the vote. We've got to move in a second, and that is that this is another example of this term of council by way of doing things differently for better. Not just doing things differently, but doing things differently for better. I'm hopeful personally that this is successful. We all do, and it may well set a path for other council-owned land to do a similar thing. That's why the hasten slowly is not a bad term, but let's also keep moving with this. We need to make sure that we keep a clear eye on the future for our region. This is another example of doing that. Design is very important for us. A new way of build is important for us as a region, and if we can encourage that and get a good outcome, that could see some good follow-on through it. So this is really almost what you'd call a test case. But I'm very pleased that it's come forward for us in such quick time, Carrie, from last week to now. So I thank the interim CEO for his support of that as well. The motion there is before you. I don't propose to read that out again. We've got the motion moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate that. Councillors, we then move to item number 15, which is matters for which notice has been given. And there's 4 items here in which to deal with. The first one, 15.1, is Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff in regard to pumped hydro. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, councillors. So the motion is before us that council make public the actual cost to date incurred by Toowoomba Regional Council over the life of the new energy generation project at the ordinary meeting of council of the 15th of April 2025. And if there's a seconder, Chair, I'll go into discussions.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. So to date, as I raise in the reason for this, discussions on the pumped hydro project involving Cresbrook Dam have been confidential, citing section 54J3G of the Local Government Act. And there have been several requests for reports to be separated so that information not involving the commercial aspects of the project can be made available to the public, or that parts of the reports be redacted to ensure transparency. This motion formalises those requests and seeks to make public the costs incurred by council on the basis of the belief that doing so does not impede or prejudice the interests of the local government, but rather brings increased transparency to the proposed pumped hydro project, and that this is in the public interest. We have this information. Cresbrook Dam belongs to residents. The money belongs to residents. It's their rates. They deserve to know, and they should know. And Mayor, you just spoke about this term and council doing things differently but better, and I think that this is a great example of that.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. We've got a mover in a second, and you need to go into debate. If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Our second motion, Councillor Rebecca, is also from you, Subordinate Local Law 1.14. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So the motion that is before us is in two parts. Firstly, that Council receive a councillor information session as soon as possible on the events approval process within Council, including the application process and the interrelationship between Subordinate Local Law 1.14 and Subordinate Local Law 1.15. And two, that upon completion of this councillor information session, Council receive a report for consideration on the process and potential changes to improve community outcomes with regard to Subordinate Local Law 1.14. And again, if there's a seconder, I'll go into the reasons for this motion.
Sorry, moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor James. Okay, happy to hand over to you, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you. So the reasons, councillors, are there before us, but the time is right for us. We're doing all this work at the moment on Subordinate Local Law 1.15, and that is helpful for the development sector and utilities. But as recently as a week ago, we were made aware of the difficulties that community organisations encounter when they are trying to hold events, and they need to work under Subordinate Local Law 1.14. So 1.15 is great, but to address the community concerns about community events, we have to look at 1.14. We're doing all this work on 1.15. We can take those learnings, apply it to the community and get better outcomes for them. And I just want to also say thank you to the General Manager of Infrastructure Services Group for his assistance with this motion.
Thank you. We've got a mover and a seconder for the motion. Any need to go into debate? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Rebecca, we go now to item 15.3, ovals.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I actually would like to change something in this from ovals to playing fields, please, in part one of the motion. So it says to activate school and hospital instead of the word ovals, Deanne. I apologise if it can say playing fields. I don't want a group to be told they can't use an oval. They can't use a rectangular field because it's not an oval. So, Mayor, the motion that is before us is again in two parts, that Council formalise through correspondence with the Minister for Education and the Arts, John Paul Langbroek MP, and the Minister for Health and Ambulance Services, Tim Nichols MP, the community need in the Toowoomba region to activate school and hospital playing fields and request assistance in obtaining support for sporting clubs to use these facilities. And secondly, that all state members of parliament with electorates in the Toowoomba region be provided with a copy of the correspondence in part one of this motion.
Thanks very much. Seconded by Councillor James. Now, Councillor Rebecca, do you want to talk to that one again?
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. So, colleagues, there are reasons there that go into great detail on this motion, but to just summarise it, we know that we have a shortage of playing fields, and we have a number of those. It's 13 playing fields short by next year. And we are in meetings with sporting clubs pretty much every week, and they're saying to us that we want to be able to expand. We have people who come to us who want to be members of our clubs, but we don't have the space to train, and we don't have the space on a Saturday or a Friday night or another night during the week to play. And so we have our plans for the sports precinct out at Charlton, but we are also aware that those plans are many years away because council funds are instead being prioritised on the Cresbrook Dam Spillway Improvement Project. And so what do we do when we know that we are short of playing fields? Well, we have to think a bit laterally, and there are fields out there. There are fields that are not utilised on weekends or in the evenings that are at schools. And there's also playing fields that are not utilised on at all at, say, Bailey Henderson Hospital. And there's all of this goodwill, and there are all of these policies. We have policies at the state government level and also at the council level to join up the clubs and have these memorandums of understanding so that those fields can be used, but it just hasn't happened for a variety of reasons. And so I think that what this motion is designed to do is basically just bring everything together and try and give some impetus to help the clubs to try to be able to actually utilise those grounds so that we can get people playing sport and having community and all of those good things that I know that all of us wants.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. We had a second to Councillor James. Question, Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. And acknowledging this, Councillor Rebecca, I think the intent is great. Community sport, places to play. I'm a little hesitant on the idea that if you're a school and you have your own privately owned field that you maintain, and this is asking us to formalise a process for community need to use school ovals. So are we asking the state government to let community groups use schools, or can you just clarify with me how that coming together of two parties may work in this? Because I am hesitant to just say schools can be used for community sport.
Yeah, thanks for the question through you. So, Councillor McMahon, we're talking about state school facilities here, so we can say activate state schools in the motion, and this all came about not the urgency, but the impetus, I suppose, to put this here after a conversation at the Broncos Titans game a couple of weeks ago with the Director General and the Deputy Director General of the state government department, and there are policies within the state government where they say we know that these playing fields of the state schools they belong to the taxpayers, and the taxpayers and the ratepayers are the same person, and we need to come together so that there are good community outcomes. And it lines up with what we already have as our council policies. It's just basically giving it a little bit of a push. I hear what you're saying about the school ovals, and I think you're saying they're privately maintained. It's not the intention of this motion to get playing fields on private school ovals. It's the state school ovals, because it's the state government that has the policy to align with this. So if it's better to articulate that, we can, but otherwise we can just keep it as is.
We've included state-owned school.
But yeah, thank you for that clarification. I don't have a problem with it either way. I've seen it used on agreements between private schools and sports clubs, but I thank you for clarifying state schools for this particular motion we're trying to.
If there's a willingness on private schools, happy days, but let's just start with this.
And those conversations should probably be had between them.
Yeah.
Councillor James, you had a question?
Oh, it's probably not a question, I suppose. I was just going to say, I think this is another one of those examples, I guess, of using your words before, Mayor, about this term, doing things differently. I mean, we know obviously the situation in regards to numbers in usage of fields and playing facilities and things like that. And we know our resources are quite stretched, so any opportunity that there are any out there, and actually had a conversation with someone about this actually yesterday, and I was sort of reminded that there is an example of where it already happens in Toowoomba, so it is possible. Harrisdown State High School is used for Toowoomba grade cricket fixtures as is. So there is an example of it happening before. So if there's more opportunities here where we can unlock a few of these facilities for use for community, and we can play a role in leveraging that. Again, I think it's another example of doing things differently to try and get a good outcome for community.
Councillor Bill, you had a question? Query?
Just a quick comment, if I may.
Comment?
I applaud this recommendation of council, this motion. I'd love to see us pursue this pending the outcomes of this. I'd love to see us pursue along these lines with other types of infrastructure that are jointly owned by taxpayer, ratepayer. you know, if we do the same things, we get the same results, is the saying. And if we're going to talk about sustainability seriously, then we have to look at all forms of infrastructure, i.e. School halls and function centres and things like that, that opening them up to community use within reason and practically, and sharing, because I'm sure the person out in the community doesn't have it on their priority list whether this is a state government-owned piece of infrastructure or a local government-owned piece of infrastructure. They just really like accessibility to give them opportunity around accessing all this sort of infrastructure. So just a comment, I'd like to see us suggest to the Minister too that this could be utilised across a number of areas.
Councillor Beckett, you want to make a comment just on that?
Not necessarily just on that. I also neglected to thank the General Manager of Environment and Community Services for his assistance on this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Mr Mayor, and following up, I too support it, but it's been talked around for over 30 years. And in smaller communities like Gundawindi and places like that, it does work. And the example that Councillor James gets, also with private schools, they do have agreements and with clubs and things. So I think that if we could go in the spirit of that, I think you know, rather than enforce it on private schools, they find their own levels to go forward with that. But in Gundawindi, they use their ovals at the high school and also their big indoor hall that they use there. So I'm sure that it can be done, and if we do it in the right way, I think that everyone gets a win-win out of it. So applaud it as well. Thanks.
Terrific. So the next phase, and I think it needs to be in there, is a letter. Correspondence will come from my office in regard to both ministers. In regard to that, we'll include that potentially in my report next month, so you can see that correspondence has gone out. The motion there is before us, and it's had that slight change to include state-owned school. So that's agreed to by Councillor Rebecca and Councillor James as the seconder. Okay, well, let's no debate required. If not, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we'll move to 15.4, and my proposal is that following that we will break, and when we return we'll do the Corporate Services Committee at 8.5 when we return from that break. And we'll deal with item 15.4 prior to that, which is Councillor Gary, amendment to the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council of 10 December 2024 and the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 3 December 2024. Councillor Gary, would you like to read out that motion, and then we'll seek a seconder for that motion? Well, you can. I'm happy for you to read the motion first, and then we get a seconder.
That the Council adopt the further amendments attaching one to the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council of 10th of December 24 and the report of Infrastructure Committee meeting of 3rd of December 24, which were confirmed with amendments at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 21st of January 25.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Trevor. Happy for you to talk to that motion now, Councillor Gary.
Okay. I'd like to say I wasn't present at the meeting, January meeting, when these amendments were approved, and I find it deeply concerning that the Chamber proceeded without giving me the opportunity for a right to reply. A fair and transparent process would have ensured that all councillors had the chance to review and discuss these changes before they were pushed through in my absence. The deliberate timing of these amendments raises serious questions about intent. At the 3rd of December 24, the 10th of December 24, I made clear and accurate declarations, yet on the 21st of January 25, when I was not here to defend my position, Council approved changes to the minutes that misrepresented what I actually stated. My concern is that I'm already under investigation by the OIA, and now minutes have been changed that question my integrity in reporting conflicts of interest. From the outset, I've maintained that these matters fall under ordinary business, meaning no conflicts exist to manage. The official meeting records available on the TRC website confirm that my original statements were correct. Had I been present, I would have immediately contested these changes. Rushing amendments through without input from the councillor involved is not only improper, but raises serious concerns about accountability. Given these circumstances, I'm formally requesting these amendments be reconsidered based on the official transcripts of the meeting. Council's decisions must be based on facts, not convenient revisions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gary. I do appreciate that. I might go to the interim CEO just in regard to process for this in the first instance, if you don't mind, Colin.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Gary too. I made some note of what you had said there. I suppose a statement of the obvious first. I wasn't present at any of these conversations. I can state that I had heard some of them on the council YouTube channel, but not all of it. So I offer no personal observation on what transpired. Secondly, as you've just stated, there's been a fair amount of discussion already at different times, including the passage of minutes and then amendment to minutes, and now a further requested amendment of minute. I would counsel that a lot of care and concern should therefore be taken, and I note that you self-disclose that there's an OIA referral underway, and I understand not yet decided. Therefore, I would like to actually suggest to Council that you should proceed carefully and make sure that you're well informed when you consider this motion. Councillor Garrett, you also just said that the official transcript of the meeting, I think that's a very good idea. I haven't seen an official transcript of the meeting. We have the video audio record of meeting, but not a Hansard transcript. With that, I'd suggest that we probably should get one.
I have provided one, so.
Well, it can't be the official transcript because we don't have an official transcript.
That's fair enough.
So my concern would be to ensure that we don't promulgate error, that we seek accuracy in reporting. I'd suggest, through you, Mayor, that we probably should get an official transcript of the subject meeting. I'm not sure that that needs to include the committee meeting of 3 December. I think your motion is around the 10 December ordinary council meeting, but I'd seek clarity on that.
Well, I think on the December the 3rd, Councillor Cale said there's no vote necessary.
Okay, so perhaps I'll expand my consideration that I need to do the infrastructure committee meeting of 3 December and the ordinary meeting of council of 10 December. I would limit my desire to be that part of those meetings that pertain to this conflict of interest matter or arose to the conflict of interest matter. I'm not proposing to transcribe the whole thing. We'll get an official transcript of it. I think, therefore, probably, Mayor, until I can provide that to you, and this is all evolving for me, that perhaps you delay consideration of the matter till I can provide that, which would have to be the ordinary meeting of April, whatever date, sorry. So I'd propose through you, Mayor, that I get an official transcript done of those two meetings, Infrastructure Committee and also ordinary meeting of 3 December. The other commentary probably doesn't, is useful for your record and the council record, but I don't think alters the need for the transcript. We meet monthly, therefore back next month would be my suggestion, having had all councillors been made available the official transcript so that you can actually form your view and have an informed debate. So I think that's my proposed way forward on the matter.
Thanks, Interim CEO. And I guess we have got a motion in front of us, the motion from Councillor Gary, and it's been seconded by Councillor Trevor. I know Deanne's been typing feverishly there. So we have got a motion on the books at the moment. Perhaps it's a foreshadowed motion. Deanne, could you just see if you can put something up there So this matter be deferred to the ordinary meeting of council to allow for sufficient time for the CEO to provide transcript of the relevant section of the meeting. So meetings could, because it's both meetings. We'll deal with the first. We'll deal with the first one first. This is a foreshadowed motion. Thank you, Deanne, for doing this on the run. Colin, thank you. Very fast. Let's we'll put that up on the screen and just have this is a foreshadowed motion that this matter be deferred to the ordinary meeting of council on 15 April 2025 to allow sufficient time for the Chief Executive Officer to provide a transcript of the relevant section of the meeting of the ordinary meeting of council 10 December 2024 and report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 3 December 2024. Intersection. Relevant sections, I think, yeah. Relevant sections of the meeting of the, yes, okay.
Because it might have come up several times.
It could well have, yeah, well, at the start of the meeting and then potentially at the time. So we've got Councillor Gary and Councillor Trevor. This is a foreshadowed motion, so we've got this item on the books at the moment, unless you of the mind to remove that and just go with this motion, which you can do if you feel free.
I'm happy to go with this motion.
Okay, so we'll withdraw, with your indulgence and Councillor Trevor's, withdraw the original motion, and then Councillor Gary, this motion then becomes the motion. I have a mover of Councillor Carroll for that motion. Seconder, Councillor Trevor. Okay, and you need to go to debate. If not, I don't propose to read it out again. Those in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for the way in which we've worked through that. Councillors, we will break now till 1 p.m. The first item when we return will be the revisit of the item on the table, which is 8.5, corporate services, with a motion. I encourage Councillor James, and I think it was Councillor Carroll, to work through that as well at the time. Interim CEO Colin.
Currently, the draft consideration for that revised motion will be to split it into two parts, to just do the first part as worded for simplicity. Any conflicts, that can be decided. Then any consideration of conflicts of interest that need to be made and the action arising can be done, and then we will do item 2 separately and sequentially. So just for simplicity, so that you've seen the wording already.
That's good. We'll work through that after lunch. So return at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor James. To kick off, welcome back to the March ordinary meeting of Council. We are online and this meeting is being recorded. Councillors, we will go back to the item that was placed on the table. It was item 8.5, Corporate Services Committee, and it was in regard to fees and charges. And this has been split into two motions, keeping in mind that the second motion will refer to an item that declarations will potentially be made. So the first motion is that Council adopt the 2025-26 Register of Fees and Charges Attachment 1 with the exception of Toowoomba City Aerodrome usage charges, landing, full stop landing fees, and the 25-26 Register of Cost Recovery Fees and Charges Attachment 2, both with an effective date 1 July 2025 and concluding on a date of a subsequent council resolution varying the relevant fee or charge. That's the motion before you. I have someone to move the motion. Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Melissa. Any need to go into debate? If not, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Deanne. Welcome to you, Steve. So we move then to what will be the second part of that motion, and I'll read that and then we'll go to declarations. The Council continue to apply the current 24-25 applicable charges for Toowoomba City Aerodrome usage charges, landing, full stop landing fees until such time as the current review is considered by Council. So Councillor Rebecca, and then I'll go to Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thanks very much. And as I said, Chair, I understand that fees and charges are ordinary business of Council, but in drawing out the aerodrome specifically, I think it stops being ordinary business and becomes more specific. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the ordinary meeting of Council 18th of February 2025. Item number 13.4, matters of which notice has been given to Toowoomba Aerodrome. As defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009, the nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because Pimatex currently holds 2 leases with Toowoomba Regional Council. Pimatex is owned by family members. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Gary.
I request that be amended I have declared a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, the ordinary meeting of Council, the 18th of February 2025. Item number 13.4, matters of which notice has been given to Toowoomba Aerodrome as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The Sky conflict of interest arises FKG and Sons Proprietary Limited currently holds a lease with Toowoomba Regional Council, lot 457 on RP 883156. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Thank you, Councillor Rebecca and Gary. Leave the room and then we'll deal with this one. And we'll invite you back into the room subsequently from that decision. Councillors, this is second motion in regard to 8.5, Corporate Services Committee, 11th of March. The Council continue to apply the current 24-25 applicable charges for Toowoomba City Aerodrome usage charges, landing, full stop landing, until such time as the current review is considered by Council. So I want to move. Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? A question? I have, but I'll take the question.
Yeah. What is the full stop landing fee at the moment on that?
You mean what is the actual practical, what is it?
Yeah, what is it at the moment that we're voting on?
Or the fee? Are you talking about the fee or the...
Yes, the fee.
How much is the fee?
How much is the fee? 1 minute and GM Nick will find it. Just...
Councillor Trevor,
yes.
GM Mike, have you got the number there to save Nick? This is particular for what we're currently charging. Would stay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, councillors, For less than or equal to 4 tonne, it's $12, and over 4 tonne, it's $17. Those are the current 24-25.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a mover and a second. I was calling for those in favour. That's fine, Mike, thank you. There's no change to what it currently is the question, is the summary. Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We can invite Councillors Rebecca and Gary back into the room. Thank you, councillors. We'll move then to item number 16, which is any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda paper. Is there any other general business anyone would like to raise at this point? If not, we'll move then to item number 17, which is the closing of the meeting to the public. And the reason is that this report concerns industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals and legal advice, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J(3)(b), industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals of local government regulation 2012. So the motion is that the meeting is to be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J(3) of Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the following item, which is the confidential update from Interim Chief Executive Officer, the monthly report and quarterly legal update. That's the item, which is 18.1. So I need a motion to go into closed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillors, we are back online, so welcome to all those that are online and watching. The motion before us is that, here it comes, 18.1, the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. That is the motion that will come before us. There we go. Have someone move. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we then move to item 19.1, which is the first of our group reports this afternoon, and welcome Carrie back to the front of the room here. This is the group report for planning and development. Welcome, Carrie.
Good afternoon, Council. I will take the Planning and Development Group report as read and invite councillors to make any questions that they might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Carrie. Do appreciate that. Councillors, any questions in regard to the report? If there's no questions, can I have someone move that the Planning and Development Group report be received? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Carrie. Then move to item 19.2 and welcome Jake, which is the Water and Waste Services Group report for the month of March. Welcome, Jake. And again, thank you to your team as well over the last 8 or 9 days or so as you navigated potential forecasts and reality. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I guess I just echo those sentiments. It's a team effort, and we have a fantastic team in Water and Waste, and also like to thank Nick's team in the Disaster Management Centre as well, who assisted us ably in communicating appropriately with those agencies, so those forecasts and that work could be done as efficiently and with the right priorities. So thank you very much. I guess I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions, but I do have a couple of little things I might just draw to councillors' attention. Obviously, it is quite wet, has been quite wet. The dams are currently at 100.7%. So Perseverance Dam and Crestbrook dams are still spilling. At the moment, Crestbrook Dam is about 150 millimetres over the spillway. And for those that play along at home, that's about 2,000 litres a second is exiting our dam, which is about 170 megalitres per day. Now, it will take approximately, if there are no more additional rain, we are working very closely with the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, approximately 10 months for us to see that level go back to the 70% mark, which is what we need for construction through the period of construction. So we're working very closely with the dam team at this stage to understand what those impacts are. And as I've said a number of times around this chamber, that we have the right members of our Alliance team in Seymour White and SMEC to make sure that any of those impacts associated with this event will be minimised. I also want to bring to the Chamber's attention the waste business, and today of all days is, I believe, the International Day of Recycling. So for those that are a Global Recycling Day, in celebrating the importance of making sure that we reuse and recycle. The circular economy is a very important one. It's also a very valuable one, and I just want to thank those residents out there that take the extra mile to separate their goods appropriately and put them in their recycling bin, but also for those who maybe don't, that there's a little bit of opportunity to take some extra time to make sure that the right thing goes in the right bin, and we'll be working closely with the community to educate better so that those decisions can be made accurately. But I'll leave it at that and take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Jake. Any questions for Water and Waste? Councillor Trevor?
Just going back to with Crestbrook Dam, getting it back to 70%, you said 10 months. Is that us pumping water out, or is that us using water for the community?
That is both, Councillor Menteifel. So it is a combination of continuing to extract solely from Crestbrook, as we have been for a number of months now, but will also include release of water through the riparian. So we will continue to monitor that. It's not a definitive 10 months, it's an approximate, because unfortunately it will rain again. There will be some more inflow. We're in the wettest period of the year, so it's likely that that time will change. But what I do want to say with councillors, we're also working very hard with our alliance team to make sure that the overall program has a minimal effect, meaning that that section of work that was critical to be done, where the level needs to be at 70%, will be relocated within the program, so that way we're not necessarily waiting any longer than we necessarily need to before construction works commence.
So just a follow-up question, if I may. So technically, all the water we technically using is coming from Crestbrook. Kirby Perseverance is basically unused at this stage?
The only time we use Perseverance or Crestbrook water at this stage, Kirby water at this stage, is when the capacity of the Crestbrook section is exceeded. There have been some periods prior to in sort of December where we were extracting from Perseverance. That was because of the Perseverance dam overflowing into Crestbrook, so we activated Perseverance. But the only time we will use Perseverance moving forwards, or Kirby, is if the capacity out of Crestbrook that's supplied from the Crestbrook pumps is exceeded. So that's roughly about 38 to 40 megalitres per day. Is once demand exceeds that in Toowoomba, that's when we have to use those alternate sources. We do source water from bores as well, but essentially, Councillor, we will be sourcing exclusively from Crestbrook for as much as we can.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Any other questions, councillors, for Water and Waste for Jake? If not, the recommendation is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. We'll then move, councillors, to item 19.3, Infrastructure Services, and invite Mike Brody, GM, to come forward. Welcome, Mike, again. Thank you. Get over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. The Infrastructure Services Group report for February 25 is tabled, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mike. Questions in regard to Infrastructure Services Group report for March? If there's no questions, councillors, the recommendation is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
We'll move then to 19.4, councillors, which is the Environment Community Services Group report. Welcome, GM Nick Hauser to come forward. Welcome, Nick. I'll directly over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The Environment Community Services Group reports included in your agenda papers. I'll take it as read and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Massa.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report, Nick. And I did furnish you with some questions, however late they were. My apologies, but we did have a discussion about it. Just want to highlight a meeting that was held, and this isn't part of the group meeting, but I think it's really important for public information, so that's why I would like to bring these questions up now. I had a meeting with myself, Council Officer Darryl, some business owners and community groups, including Queensland Police, to discuss the issues from businesses that were around the Walton Store precinct regarding public toilets and including the increasing homelessness in our city centre. These issues, though, are not just relevant to this area of the CBD, but of the greater CBD. The key points discussed were, amongst others, but these were the key, the city centre toilet accessibility issues. The Neil Street public toilets have been closed since 2023. And there were, at that point, there were no temporary ones allocated or put there. The opening hours of the city centre public toilets, and the business owners are increasingly the increasing homelessness, can the issue of homelessness in the CBD and development of a coordinated response be facilitated by STRP, inclusive of Council, Queensland Police, outreach service providers and chamber/business community? So that's my first question about the homelessness and STRP, but also questions about, are there any plans to extend the hours of operation of the public toilets in the CBD? And is there any work planned for mapping public toilet facilities in the CBD? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa, and through you, Chair. I might, I'll answer the questions in relation to the public toilets, but what I might do in relation to Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships is perhaps refer to the Mayor, who's the chair of that group, and he might be able to provide some comment around that. And Mayor, I'd offer, our assistance of council officers as appropriate to assist with that exercise.
Apologies, Mayor, I should have sent that to you. So my apologies. Thank you.
In relation to public toilets, we're currently replacing those toilets in the Neil Street car park there that have been out of operation for some time. So that project's expected to be completed in June, July this year. Some temporary toilets are arriving tomorrow, I'm told, to replace those or make available the facility during that construction period. The opening hours of the public toilets in the bus interchange have been reviewed and extended on Sunday to Thursday nights to 11 p.m. and to 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays over those periods, so they've been extended. So those matters are in hand, so thank you for including us in that meeting, and we've been able to address those concerns as a result. Look, we're planning to and hoping to do a regional public toilet strategy into next year, but of course it's subject to budgetary consideration, so we'll see how that goes. The scope isn't yet defined, but if it was to be successful in going forward, we'd naturally consider CBD, the complexities of the issues in the CBD and how they might be addressed through mapping and identified gaps, etc.
Thanks, Nick. I really appreciate that. There's some really big concerns about the public toilets in the CBD, and all credit to the business owners and the other groups there that were there to bring that to our attention and to be able to put those plans in place quickly as you have. I really appreciate that. Probably just a follow-up would be the hours that you've changed for the Neil Street car park public toilets there. Are you going to monitor that? Because I believe at one point they were extended, but there were some issues. So is that something that you'll just monitor and assess how that goes?
Yes, naturally, we'll need to monitor that and see if those hours are working. If there are any other unintended consequences that develop as a result, we'll keep an eye on that. As you know, we've got a fairly comprehensive City Safe network that assists in that regard. We'll get reports from members of the public and business owners, and we'll respond to those.
I had some interesting conversations about when people come out of the nightclubs, etc., and hit the cold air, and then all of a sudden there's no public toilets open. It leads to some not pretty situations in the CBD for retailers and shop owners. So thank you, appreciate that. Over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Would you like me to just touch
I'm so
a little bit on-
sorry.
No,
I
no,
should have said it to you, and my apologies for that.
That's perfectly fine. So Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships has an interagency meeting every quarter, and of that there's quite a number of organisations who are part of what's referred to as the Toowoomba Housing and Homeless Network, and agencies such as Yellow Bridge, Salvation Army, Protea Place, Services Australia, DVAC, Lives Lived Well, St Vincent's, YWCA, Carbel, Footprints, Emergency Department Connectors at Toowoomba Hospital, Base Services and Momentum Health are all part of that network. Their next meeting is actually scheduled for next week, and they have a quarterly meeting. And so out of there come actions that we work with or that group works with council as well. And this is where Darryl and his team, community development, tap into what's being seen on the ground, and then that filters into STRP interagency, which is only another few weeks after that. So no doubt this will rise as well through there. I have to say, Nick, our parks teams and our construction maintenance teams that are out early doing the cleaning and what have you, they're the ones that actually see this, regularly in its very raw form, and they distribute to them support finder cards, of which are helpful for them because it's got all the information, a QR code, and then they go and connect into those areas. What we did see through Cyclone Alfred, not in our areas but to our east, and particularly up to the Moreton Bay Shire, was that there were a number of properties became available, whether it's motels, whatever, for those sleeping rough. Anecdotally, and it was reported through the Queensland Disaster Management Committee meetings from the mayors that were online in those areas, was that the very low percentage of those sleeping rough that would take up that accommodation and would rather go to an evacuation centre. I actually spoke with the interim CEO around Brisbane's situation in 2011, and it was very similar, because you're finding that those folk who are sleeping rough want to stay together, and therefore an evac centre is a perfect spot for them to go to. Subsequently then, Moreton Bay, City of Moreton Bay and Brisbane have had difficulties of getting those folk into housing because they just refuse to go. So there's more, and this is where that group that we have, the Toowoomba Housing and Homeless Group, are very good, because they're connected with all those agencies and they work with them. So it's a very complex issue. It's very visual when you see it, and it's hard really to think that our city would actually see that, but it is. And so those groups are doing a good job, often quietly about their business, to be honest, because that's how they operate. And STRP, they feed into STRP. So it does all interconnect.
That's great. I really appreciate that, and I thank you, Mayor, for the work that's been done by STRP. And yes, the complexities around this, are far and wide. So thank you. But may I also, through you, Nick, can you please pass on my thanks to the officers, Hugh and Daryl. Daryl in particular, who came to the meeting, was very knowledgeable and very open to assisting where he can, and he is such a valuable officer or team player. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions in regard to Nick's report? Councillor Tim?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just on that, I had similar interactions during Cyclone Alfred and its effects on Toowoomba. People ringing me going, Tim, where can homeless people sleeping rough, where can they go? And the council said we were working with various groups who had rooms available, but those rooms weren't really taken up. But maybe the learnings of that is, did we need a evac centre or similar, and our response, should this happen again, of having an evac centre set up. So I'll leave that one as a comment, Nick. I know you've done some work around that, but if I could ask a question on something completely different. Nick, in the report it talks about, under conservation and pest management, we're doing some work on Madeira vine, and after a nice wet summer, whilst the grass grows, so do the weeds across our vast large region of different types of weeds, and landholders on the outskirts of Toowoomba region often getting in contact with me, finding out outbreaks of different weeds on council-owned property. I suppose I just wanted to perhaps it on notice, but is the operational funding for your team on weed control across Toowoomba region, adequate, noting that we're getting some outbreaks of different weeds at present?
Thanks, Councillor Tim, and through you, Chair. Councillors, funding's never adequate to do all that we want to do, but we prioritise within what's available to us, and we're forever reviewing what we do and allocating our resources as they're required in the most urgent and important areas. So you're right, there will be an outbreak of weeds. The grass will be growing quickly. The ground is soft. When it comes to even maintenance of our parks in our urban areas, people will get to see some long grass as we get around to assessing and getting our heavy machinery onto those park areas. It's not like cutting the grass at home where your mower might weigh 30 kilos or something and you can push it around the garden. Our mowers weigh a tonne, and so when they go on parks, they have some damage. I'm getting off topic now, but I'm using the opportunity to just remind people of all the work that we're doing and how difficult it can be in these times. But nevertheless, we'll work as much as we can to catch up and get on top of things, including inspection for weeds in right around the region and addressing those.
Very much. I suppose the public side of that is if they're a landowner and they have an outbreak of any of the numerous weeds that we regularly get here in Toowoomba, and they ring up and say, could council come and eradicate this particular part of this weed on council property? The feeling is it would be done, and then when they ring up and it's go, well, we'll plot it on the schedule and we'll get there after we get the top priority ones. The often angst from the community, but I suppose work with us as we're dealing with a large area and a few outbreaks. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Trevor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Nick. Nick, the summer tunes, the weather wasn't kind to us this year, and I went to a couple of them, but I just wanted to, I know there are a couple that were rained out. Would we be going back to them? I know at Cambodia they always piggyback on that event to put food vans and other things that they pay for to make it a really good day for the community, and it got rained out, so that big storm went right over the top. Few diehards stayed there and had a barbecue in the canteen, so I wasn't one of those. I took off, but I am aware that there were a couple of 3, I think, that were rained out. I also went to Newtown here where it was interesting. The showers were coming. It was great. It's always good there, but I think the singer set up in the wrong area, and probably I don't know who. I probably should talk to you offline about that. I will. Thanks. But it's a great, and the people outside Toowoomba. Toowoomba has a lot of things, a lot of entertainment over the year. And the communities outside very much appreciate that, and many of them do make the most of that by putting other things in there and making it a really good day for the community. So congratulations on the initiative and taking it out there, but if we could just consider the ones that actually put money into it and then lost that, and maybe them having another go next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll, and through you again, Chair. I don't really know the answer to your question about are we going to reschedule them. I'll need to check with the team. If you don't mind, I'll take that question on notice and perhaps communicate with councillors via email after I find out.
Yeah, and the reason I mentioned, I probably should have done it offline, but I mean, I guess the people organising it probably don't know that. They organise, do everything they need to do, but if they're not there, they don't understand that what has happened to it. So it's a great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trevor.
Just been to quite a few of the rural shows in our region, and thank you to TRC for providing the tents there for our feral pest and animal management. They've been well received, especially at Oakey, Millmerran, I think Pittsworth. Only one we weren't at was Kuya. But at several shows, feral pigs have come up. There's a gentleman out there called John, I think he's Big John, red hair, works for multiple LGAs. I'd like him to come in and talk to us with a strategy of when it does turn dry, because that's probably the best time to get these animals off the face of the earth, because they are a huge issue out in our rural communities. And when it does turn dry, don't be surprised they're going to knock on our doorstep within Toowoomba, because that's where the food will be. That'll be the green pickings. But it would be great if you could initiate some conversation with John to come in and have a chat to us about how we can help to eradicate with whatever means possible. And there are means and possible ways of doing it.
So just as an action item out of there, perhaps it's for Nick to check that our team are already working with John. Be the first thing,
yeah,
I'd say.
I think we may be, but
we can discuss potentially what that might look like for this room when we discuss things.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And following up on that, good luck with eradicating them, because There's been a lot of effort put into them over the years, and Gundy's the home of them. So I just wanted to mention on that, I mentioned it in the local disaster. There was an outbreak of Japanese encephalitis out at Gundawindi from the 2 piggeries out there, and the feral pig population is huge. It can't go from animal to person, but the mosquito does bite the human, and they've found it now down in Brisbane and at the Gold Coast, and feral pigs big carrier of that particular virus, and it's deadly. So it's something we need to be, there's more to play out in this role. I think the federal government and the state government should have a role to play there as well. It's bigger than what local government can handle, but it is a bit bigger than the damage done. It's actually a health issue. So, and the feral pigs out along the escarpment, particularly out around Halden and Hurst Glen, they're very, very bad, as bad as they've ever been. And every time it rains, of course, it gets worse. Thanks.
Thank you. So Nick will just follow up through our teams in regard to that, Trevor, and we can revisit that at some stage as well. So, Councillor, is there any more questions in regard to the Environment Community Services Group report for March? The motion is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Bill was out of the room there. You got that, Deanne? Thank you, Nick. Well, let's move then, councillors, to 19.5, which is the last substantive item for today, which is the Corporate Services Group report. So there we go. Anne-Marie, the luck of the Irish. Last one. How's that? Welcome to you.
Thanks. And good afternoon, councillors. So happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, councillors. Any questions in regard to Corporate Services Group report? If not, the motion there before us, the recommendation is that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that. Councillors, that does, item number 20 is the conclusion of this meeting. That does conclude today's meeting. Thank you very much for your attendance and your input. And for those that have stayed in the room for the duration, thank you very much indeed. John, Sarah, good to see you. And those watching online, we appreciate the interest. That concludes this afternoon's meeting, and in doing so, thank you to Deanne very much indeed for your work. Thank you.